So, Danny, would you like to tell the audience about how you don't know the difference between a fart and a shit to start off, just so we have some context as to why
Jesus
this
fucking Christ, are you really starting with this?
Yeah. I told you the second we started the stream that I was going to start with this. You're the one that seems to be
You just want to
unprepared.
throw me under the bus immediately.
I don't want to throw you under the bus because I'm afraid whatever comes out of you will be like what happens when you squeeze the end of a fucking rolled up tube of toothpaste.
Listen, apparently something spicy from last night. In my body, I am weak. That's all I'm gonna say.
You're weak.
Yes.
With
That's my
arms
excuse.
big enough to rip a tree out from the ground, you're weak.
I am weak when it comes to spice.
And yet you hang around me all the time.
Your type
Sure.
of spice is fine.
Oh, okay. My type of spice is fine, but you can't handle a little bit of cracked pepper. How? Why are you
Shut
blue?
up!
Why are you blue? You should be white. You should be solid white. You should be an albino bandicoot.
You're not, well, you're not wrong.
But also, comma, if that were the case, everyone would think you're a fox. Nobody would know what the fuck you are.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, people already, it's kind of funny. I've kind of, and this isn't like dragging anyone. I just want to put that out there immediately. But
I will turn it into dragging someone, just so you guys know. So don't.
say I will sometimes, when I commission someone new, I'll be like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, all right, are they gonna draw me like a canid? Are they gonna go for a vulpine this time? Do they even know what a bandicoot is?
Were you traumatized when the first time you saw me draw you when we were first talking to calm you down? I took up a reference of a bandicoot and drew you based on a bandicoot.
Dude, I think you were the first person who actually looked up a picture of like an actual bandicoot and like based it off of that instead of like Crash Bandicoot or, you know, something like that. Like,
That's
to be fair,
that is unnatural.
To be fair, it's my own damn fault for having a Zona with a species that is extremely obscure except to Australians, but again, I used to think a bandicoot was a made-up animal like a jackalope. See, most people outside Australia don't realize they're real animals, and they're super adorable too.
Meanwhile, I think Ottman could educate you on like maybe 5 spices that aren't just pepper.
Listen,
In case you're afraid. Ottman, unleash your knowledge of spices upon Bandicoot. Obliterate him with your knowledge.
it's fine. Myth has been introducing me to spice. There was that one time last year.
He introduced you to it. Did you two talk? Did you and the seasoning speak for more than an extended nod, or was it just like a brief passing glance down a hallway? Because I'm pretty sure anytime somebody holds up anything to you that's like slightly red and pepper-like, you cry.
I mean, I've gotten better with spice.
You emulsify. You're so terrified of seasoning.
No, it's not that bad. Say, like,
You're just lucky that I went to drag you on this instead of the fact that earlier you thought you had to shit and all you did was fart really, really loud.
God.
Loud enough that I could hear it over your microphone.
Can you please not? For the love of God, man.
I thought
You know what? Actually,
I thought a plane was about to take off.
you know what? Actually, I'm glad someone else heard it, because then I can actually fucking say, you know what? It was impressive.
The fact that I just really want to say that PNG tuber talking about a fart being impressive with the way that looks on screen is the most blurst thing I have ever seen in my father-fucking life.
I mean, you can thank yourself for that one. You're the one.
Yeah,
who
but I
drew it.
didn't. Yeah, I drew it, but I didn't expect it to be talking about non-court things. So that very erudite, astute facial expression talking about being proud of how loud you farted.
Actually, my flatulence is quite astounding.
I'd like to welcome everybody that has come into this this stream. Everybody that's watching the VOD. This is the quality of entertainment you're going to get on this dramatic, emotional Phoenix Wright finale.
Yeah, we just need to get out of the way now, and like have a good, fun time.
So what you're saying is you need to get. See, what you're saying is you need to get that shit out of your system, which you have already done.
Yes.
As you shotgunned the inside of the bowl to no mercy. You know, it's really unfair because Mithane's the one that cleans that up. He's the one that cleans everything, which means if you annihilate that bowl, that means you literally have a fungal house Mexican to clean up your shit, and that feels wrong to me.
I use Febreze. No, in all seriousness, I do clean sometimes.
Gee whiz, I hope you pay him, Massa. Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus Christ! He is my boyfriend. We have our relationship roles that we take care of each other with.
Our relationship roles. You make the money and he cleans up your shit. You don't even fertilize him correctly.
Are you just gonna drag me this entire fucking stream?
You haven't started up the game yet, so I'm just, you know. I'm trying to fill dead air. Whether your corpse is flailing around in it is no concern of mine.
All right, hold on. Let me get the, because you can see the well.
Also, here we go. Atman Ryu just annihilated you into fucking a multi-grain cake with his knowledge of seasoning.
I've had most of those spices.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I'm assuming maybe salt and pepper. Paprika more than likely. Cumin I know for a fact. Boy, he was merciful on you that he said chili as one thing.
There's tons of different chilies.
Yeah, I know. That one chili is like 15 other things. So.
No, I know. Oh my god.
Oh, he did add in cayenne pepper there, so.
Wait, OBS, what the fuck? Why did you rearrange your shit again? Hold on.
Also, we're currently dragging Daniel Bandicoot across the ground until bloody chunks come out. Apparently that's how we're starting.
Yeah.
Sorry,
hey Artie.
I had to talk about something spicy. We're currently in pumpkin spice season and I'm rebelling violently.
I fucking love pumpkin spice.
Yes, Dandy, we established earlier on in this conversation when you were thrown off by the concept of chili peppers that you are very white, and so you don't really need to continue to extrapolate on your whiteness. I need to stop using words like extrapolator. I'm gonna have my himbo card called into fucking question.
See, that's the thing. You are not a himbo, as much as people seem to like labeling you as such. You aren't. You are big, you have good heart, but you are also smart on top of it, so.
Oh, no. I'm dumb as a post. The thing is that I was originally at... Do you want to know why I have a weirdly big vocabulary for someone this dumb? It's a very funny story. It's a very funny story.
Go for it before we get into the game here.
So, I used to say words really dumb. Like incorrectly, really bad. I thought paradigm was pronounced paradigm. And eventually, when really smart people, including my husband, started calling out how dumb I sounded when I talked, I got really fucking frustrated and really butthurt, and so I just started learning words randomly.
Learning out of spite?
I would just learn a new word every night so that eventually no one could make fun of me for using a word wrong or pronouncing something wrong. So yeah, I am still very himbo and dumb loving guy. It's just that I learned a lot of words out of spite. Kind of like Eminem.
I did not realize that about Eminem, actually.
Eminem reads the dictionary.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean,
he memorized
lyrics.
He memorized the dictionary. If you want to collab with him and you cannot rap on the level of his knowledge in terms of like knowledge of grammar and structure and, you know, verbiage. If you need to crutch on the word trigger and the other words that it rhymes with, you are not going to be allowed to collaborate with Eminem.
Yeah. He is incredible at what he does. Like,
Or like Eminem unironically, someone was like, well, I bet you can't rhyme orange. And he promptly was like, that all depends on how you say it. You could figure out a lot of different ways to rhyme orange with things based on how you pronounce the word. That opens up a bunch of different possibilities. You know, and,
yeah. You can toy around with English language. The English language is not. We all know the English language is very malleable. It's fucking dumb.
Meanwhile, the Japanese language. There are still people in Japan to this day and age who look at some kanji and go, "What the fuck is that?"
See,
there are also people in Japan that don't know how to say or describe things without using borrowed words.
I mean, I think that's just the thing of language in general. I mean, English is just a bunch of borrowed words.
I mean, like, borrowed words in Japanese are,
yeah,
like, they're called
loan.
Shit.
I forgot there was a cutscene.
Okay, but yeah, but before I read more, oh, this just keeps going.
Yeah, I have no control.
How did I get into this mess?
That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What have I done wrong?
Cannot allow you to go on like this.
What? But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. Did I start a new game by accident? No, Hop. That's what we call a callback.
I've had this dream before. Someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer. Prove a killer innocent.
I apologize. I forgot there was a cutscene you were saying.
But yeah, like, loan words in Japanese, stuff like, microphone is maiku, supermarket is supa, department store is depato, building is biru, stuff like that. Loan words in Japanese, if you could go up to a Japanese person and be like, hey, could you describe this thing without using a loan word? And like, if you hold up like a fucking microphone, they'll be like, they'll try and fucking remember the word for it, which basically translates to like mouth loud stick. It's really funny.
I mean, I feel like that's any language. You just slap shit together when something new happens.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that try to keep Japanese as a language like pure. It's weird.
I love this ringtone.
Yeah, alright, well.
Alright, let's get into it. Also, I wish I could talk more about Japanese, but I know, like, nothing about it. I've always wanted to learn
hello?
more,
This is Phoenix Wright.
You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's victory, too. Now listen up! You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever! Phoenix. Phoenix!
Oh, fuck. Maya, hi! Maya, how's Maya?
I don't know.
You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Yeah, what? What am I supposed to do?
Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles.
But
You can't give up. There's still some hope left.
stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Who the fuck? Oh, that inclusive on guard again. Why you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're a really mean pal. Ah, gumshoe. I'm really sorry. What? Where are you? They let me join the investigation team. We're chasing after the killer, pal. That you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial's over, until that verdict is hounded down, we are gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get in God that guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true, I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can draw it out. Now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it our all. We've got you. We've got it. You go. You be great. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe.
Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. The strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance.
Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. Know it.
Here we go. Just 1 second here.
Already, what are we? We're not even we're not even 20 minutes in and I fucking blew out everyone's eardrums.
I mean, still didn't set the record for that one time, at one Jackbox stream.
You mean the one that I started off before we got on the stream blowing your eardrums with acapella?
Yeah, it was so like tonight.
Yes, literally tonight, yes.
Alright.
He doesn't know that I can turn that shit on at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, you're pretty fucking impressive with that.
Yeah,
OBS
stroking
limiter is your friend. You guys have no fucking idea.
Yeah, keep stroking my ego, Dandy. It's just gonna keep getting bigger.
Fuck.
Court is now in the session for the trial of Madame Guard. Actually, give me 1 second. I just had an idea that I probably should have done, like, when we started things that involved me voice acting a lot.
Oh?
Yeah, my Windows setup involves me natively looking away from the mic to talk, so I want to see if it gets even better if I have to look at the mic to talk.
Yeah, that's kind of what I had to set up with mine as well. I actually got a proper arm for the mic.
So let's see if the audience is going to go clinically deaf in about 5 seconds.
That was definitely clear on my end.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Thanks, Miles. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
Hmm. And you're saying that she's guilty after all?
I'm not finished, Your Honor.
Oh, of course.
Ms. Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? It looks like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Carrillo was killed by a professional assassin, and the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt Ungard.
What a surprising turn of events.
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor.
I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true.
But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least, until Maya's safe and sound.
Wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. I'm shocked you gave the judge a voice someone with a brain cell. Hey, he gets the right verdict in the end. He definitely does.
Yeah, so I didn't really know how... I forgot that the judge is a brain-dead idiot. So, like, there are actually multiple times throughout these streams where I will have the judge say something totally different than the brain-dead stupidity that he's supposed to say, so I can keep his character in line with how I'm depicting him.
Yeah.
So I've flubbed numerous lines to make the judge sound less stupid, and even then I wasn't able to save him in the end.
He's pretty yeah.
Yeah.
Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Okay. I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, that's, well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry, well, see, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. Am I voice acting slug right now?
Listen, we all can be hard on ourselves sometimes.
I know, it just... Love you, Sluggy.
On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Oh boy, Will, what you got for us?
Well, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ungard's room.
Alright, but I just want all of you to be very aware that the width of my nose is going to change drastically during the court of these speeches.
We have dealt with crazier things on this witness stand, Mr. Powers.
Oh, that's a relief. Okay, let's get started. I am going to keep drawing attention to the fact that his nose width changes fucking radically with every one of these images.
Yep.
It is so frustrating. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there, in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with somebody at first. I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, and then I gave up and went back. I guess with me that night, I couldn't make them wait for me.
Phoenix slammed his ass. Who were you with? Phoenix, it was you. It was fucking you. Is that noticeable in the original sprites? I actually don't remember.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal.
If one assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy...
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation.
Huh?
A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first.
I
Right.
thought this was just Edgeworth's game so he could help us stall.
He may be helping us with that, but it is still a trap. Draw it out as long as you can, Phoenix.
All right. The defendant's room. Why'd you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of, big old Anarchy kind of guy, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're gonna try and trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. You know that, right, Phoenix? Like, I didn't. No one said you were. No, please don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time?
Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony.
Alright, as long as he doesn't do any of his fucking lawyer Jedi mind trick shit on me. Sorry.
Oh, don't worry. That's Ace Attorney 4. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
You're still in the original trilogy, Mr. Powers. You haven't gone past the time skip yet.
Oh, that's a relief. Wait, what?
Hey, Balroth, welcome to the chat, dude. I love this case, too. So, since we got a few new people, I just want to say, so we've been playing this for the past, couple months on stream. I've already played these games so many times. It is Ice's first time here, experiencing past the first game. He's played the first one, but I was like, okay, we gotta do this. They're so good.
And also, so everybody understands, I predict the future aggressively throughout these fucking,
It's happened 6 times.
and it upsets me every time. So I predicted how this whole everything was gonna play out before we even got here, so
Let's see if you can figure out what's gonna happen after this point, though.
a nothing burger because Powers is a soft, delicate sponge of a man.
Oh yeah.
So you
Have you
went to
done-
the you
Sorry.
went to the defendant. Wait, what?
Sorry, just real quick. Someone in chat asked a question. Have you done the Great Ace Attorney yet? We have not. I have plans for it.
We are
Because-
eventually going to do every single one of the Phoenix Wright games. I
Yes.
drew these Ace Attorney PNG tubers. We're gonna get our fucking mileage.
Yeah. We may bring in additional people to help with the voice acting for some of the later ones because my god, that cast just keeps fucking growing. But, yeah. Great Ace Attorney, 1000%. We might save that for last because honestly, every Ace Attorney game after you play the Great Ace Attorney just feels like a letdown. It's that fucking good.
Is that the one that is that the one that has Professor Layton in it?
No, that is a separate thing. That's Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. However, the Great Ace Attorney takes place 100 years in the past and follows Phoenix's ancestor.
What's his name? Jonathan Wright?
His name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And
His name is Naruhodo.
that's actually
Really?
Phoenix's surname in the Japanese localization. I'm dead serious.
Yeah,
because
I
it's
get
meant
it.
to be.
Then
Yep.
I guess that means okay. So
you understand.
yes. So for those that don't speak Japanese, Naruhodo means I understand or I get it, which basically means Phoenix Wright should be written as Phoenix Right.
Yep.
Like, right?
Yep. That's the joke. But yeah.
So this guy. All right.
So the Great Ace Attorney Ice is the ones that are based off of Sherlock Holmes.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
So you went to the defendant's room and then? Hey, wait a minute. When did and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Oh, yeah.
It's all coming together.
Are you sure that was Matt on guard? Oh yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. Well, if that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken.
And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room?
At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on the tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me, with a suspicious white strip running down his head that in no way is like that of the killer. Yeah, but, didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Well, why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry. I just can't remember right now. Sorry about that. I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. I mean, we are stalling for time.
Yeah.
You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct? Yeah, that bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, you know, he gave his bellboy a tip. Tip, but that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how long did you watch the two of them, you fucking creep? Not more than a minute or two, I think. So who are these guests you're talking about?
Really, Phoenix? That's what you're gonna go...
You guys, of course. You and Maya, Little Pearl, you know, you guys. I thought it'd be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. Oh, I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further.
Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night?
I don't remember that happening at all.
Yeah, Maya says you were pretty smashed that night.
Maya was making such a racket in her hyperactive state.
Honestly, I could believe either one of those stories.
I ended up focusing a lot on her.
I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long.
Would you please stop stretching out the 7-year-old?
Phoenix? She is the one who called me here.
I can't
Will
stop
you stop?
pointing. I can't stop pointing it out, Dandy. It's so fucked up.
I know. Everyone who plays these attorney games agrees. It's a little Japanese fucked up, okay? However...
First, what do you mean by that?
Hold on, this is still the same for a bit.
Right.
There we go.
How was I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Could be because this game's originally written for Japan and we don't really tip over there, but y'all fucking American people tip constantly. I mean, oh yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Ah, perhaps we should let the witness tell us. It'd be so boring if I spilled all the beans, Your Honor.
Oh, very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. I mean about the bellboy, right?
Wait, hold on. That... I think... 1, 2, 3... That's 6 words. I think that is the shortest testimony statement in the entire series. No, the fucking parrot had just an ellipses. Never mind. Shortest human
So he gave the
Statement.
bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? That's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Oh, that's a surprise. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocked moments I should ask about.
Which one should we ask about, Ice?
I mean, probably the bellboy's face, commenting the fact that it looks like his father fucking face was zipped up the middle. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. I hope you know that's ageist towards old men and a no-no in my court. Oh, no, that's not, hey, that's not what I meant at all. It was smack in the middle of the guy's face. There was this line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippity top of his head all the way down to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would just spill out. He was there. He was there at Unguard's house. He was the butler. What is it, Mr. Wright? Just seeing my life flash before my eyes. Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Ungard was talking with the killer then. And if that fact were to be exposed, Ungard would be declared guilty in the blink.
Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Shouldn't be too hard for you.
Right, wait. Yeah. Yes, Chief.
I don't know why I enjoy playing Mia so cold towards Phoenix. There's zero reason for it.
You sure you don't have anything you'd like to say, Mr. Wright? What did you just say, Your Honor? Nothing, you idiot. Nothing at all.
Now you know what it feels like, Judge.
Well, we're just going around here in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony.
Let's ask the other option real quick. Let me just see. Chat asked me a question. Hey, Dandy, have you seen Turnabout Storm, the MLP x Ace Attorney fan crossover? I have not, but that is either way too good quality for what it is or an absolute shitpost. Either way, I'm curious. Let's ask about On Guard's tip, something I don't think anyone wants.
Yeah. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, sure. But, like, giving him that much is, like, a little too much, I think. A little too much? Wait, how big is Matt's tip? It looked like a solid 9 at least, maybe 10. What? What?
Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? I'm not talking the whole thing. I'm just talking how much he gave the bellboy.
Oh, I think he could probably take about maybe 8 or 9, honestly. It looked like he was... Wait, hold on. Are we talking about money? I hope we're talking about money. Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
Right.
It was impressive. It was a girthy amount.
Right, take notes. You're gonna need to take something later on for all the shit I'm doing for you.
And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash! Oh, we're talking about money! Oh, thank God! Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
Nothing Mr. Wright over there would know about. A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor.
Oh, it sounded like you gave him the full thing. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us.
Keep talking. Just keep talking at all costs.
The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him.
Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting and looking at your face?
Objection! Keanu Reeves!
You know what? Point taken.
Keanu Reeves has unironically bought fucking $10,000 cars for everybody that worked on a movie with him at one point. That man has got so much karma, he could reincarnate 40 times in a row and be fine. He could be a serial killer on one of those reincarnations and still get by. Maybe you're like, yeah, we'll waive this one. You've been fucking nuts, man. I love that guy. I am an unironic Keanu Reeves connoisseur. I wouldn't call myself a simp. That man is like fine wine to be drinking and enjoyed. Drinking? Jesus Christ. He's got a point. I don't even get paid literal rolls of cash for all my hard. Wait, I don't get paid.
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't get paid.
Yeah. Makes you wonder how he fucking keeps the office open.
So supposing that roll of cash wasn't a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Fuck. Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Carita.
Then the bellboy, the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley DeKiller?
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller.
Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? Oh, no, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What?
Oh.
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Oh, yes, sir, right away.
Oh, it's getting from bad to worse here.
So this time, I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carito's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean...
Thank you very much. That is all we need for now.
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller. Then we shall see.
Oh, alright, cool. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room, you say? If that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain us and make us laugh.
Thanks, Smiles, you fucking dick.
This is no laughing matter.
Fuck.
Like, there's no reason for Edward to be such an ass, but if he's not an ass, then people are gonna be like, why are you being so nice to him? And so he has to keep up the fucking act. Like, Edward is definitely not being a prick.
No, Edgeworth is basically playing his side of the game and hoping the fuck Phoenix catches on.
Yeah.
They have established what they need to do before this. So they're basically both playing their sides of the game while they're aggressively stalling.
Yeah.
While having to continue moving things forward. So they're deliberately going as slow as they can.
Mm-hmm.
And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. See, then I went to the bathroom. I dropped off the Cosbys at the pool, so I guess maybe it was around 8-10 p.m. by that time. I'm a pretty confident power pooper. You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and, like, say my congrats. I wonder how many people voice him like Austin Powers just because they see the name Powers.
I wonder that too. I haven't seen too many playthroughs of this game.
Like I'm sitting here doing Patrick Warburton, but I'm pretty sure most people might do something different.
I think it works quite well, honestly.
Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Oh, yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all. Which you see, while he had those stitches on his face. So I'm sure it was the same guy that was talking to Matt.
So which room did the bellboy come out of?
Alright, Juan Crita's room.
The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, all right. Words cannot describe how screwed I am.
Let's continue with the testimony, shall we?
See, now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. So what exactly was so out of place about him?
Right. Why the insipid grin?
Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Maybe because I'm stalling. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? The bellboy was one of the room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray either. You all have had a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree. That is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Yeah, but is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or?
Let's try and derail the conversation for a little bit.
There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really, really is. There really, really isn't.
If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Do you like that? My use of the word supplanted.
Fucking Edgeworth and his $10 Oxford words. You're gonna do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious?
That one was on my daily calendar for today.
So proud of you. Would you two boys please stop fighting and start fucking? I mean, very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. Yeah, I amended it. I'll be a good boy.
thought it was kind of strange for a bubble to come out of a guest room empty-handed. Well, I don't know if so, because I mean, like...
Yeah, Mike just made a good point. For a professional assassin, Shelly sure was careless letting random people see him do his job.
That is a good point, but also, like, it was such a publicized event, I think he was more concerned with blending in and hoping that people would be so, like, yeah, it's just Bellboy, it's fine. Like, if it wasn't for all of everything that's happened, no one would have, like, cared.
True.
But also, the tray is sitting right here.
Also true. Mr. Powers. Yeah, baby. Oh, you're right. It doesn't fit. You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
Hey, Balrog, thanks for the follow, dude.
Hey, thanks, man. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and on a murder card. So, a baseball has stitches? Are you saying that all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
Jesus Christ, right? I know that was stalling for time, but for the love of God, can you find a better argument?
Well, there's also, I mean, like, what about him being empty-handed? I mean, I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. Yeah, there's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass, tomato juice. And now, if you look at what's on top of the table in the lower right-hand corner there, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it.
Right, I know you wanted to get into art and theater in college, but Jesus Christ.
The bellboy just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray right there in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But Phoenix, why are you... Would that mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room? Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at the time? Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes?
I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry.
What is with him? Why is he laughing? Ugh, I tried my best liar impression and it has failed me.
Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
It is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say, empty-hand. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves?
Yeah, so?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones.
Fuck.
All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it's slipped my mind. Oh God, this makes the bellboy sound suspicious. All right, I gotta focus. Can't let lax here. So, what if he had gloves? Oh, a lot of bellboys wear gloves. Oh, come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather gloves.
If I recall, Phoenix does too on Saturday nights.
Whoa, all right. We're learning things about you two that the audience didn't know. Before I was gonna make a John Wick reference, but you just out of pocket with that gay stuff right here in front of this court of law. Where is a clearly 30-year-old woman occupying the body of a 7-year-old over there? You should keep your body language to yourself, man. It's fucked up. It's still a kid, you know? Don't do that. It's wrong.
Oh, fucking God. And they banged on the witness stand. You know, I don't want to take a black light.
And then they fucked. Yeah.
I do not want to take a black light to that witness stand. I do not want to find out.
So, a football's made of leather? Are you saying that footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather?
Right, you are not a jock. Stop trying to convince us.
But that man literally received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Oh!
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
The rest?
Yes, Phoenix. There's a lot more. Keep up.
Oh, yes, please. Tell us more. Okay.
Does Phoenix even know what's coming out of his mouth at this point? Probably not. He's probably just desperately grasping at any straw he can see.
Imagine somebody slipping and falling down an 89 degree sloped surface, praying to God that they can get some sort of grip on the 1 degree that doesn't make it a sheer drop. That's what Phoenix is doing right now.
Pretty much exactly.
Phoenix is one of those little octopus toys that you used to get from Gachapon that you could whip at a wall and then watch it slowly climb down the fucking wall. Except he doesn't want to be falling down, so it's just whoop spack. That's
Yep, accurate. Very accurate.
After leaving Juan's room, see how stone-faced I was going from that to that? I am a professional.
You are.
Someone hire me. Anyways, after leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave us something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just kind of left without even going into the room itself. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. You used the bathroom in the bathroom, right? Like not while you were standing? So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. I kind of saw all that by accident.
Oh, let's hope the killer doesn't have something to say about that, Mr. Powers.
Some accident. I say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. Well, I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor.
Odd.
Is what you saw while you were busy, is that's what you saw while you were busy spying, right? Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all of this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye in a sort of sneaky spy-like way. I knew he was spying.
Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know.
I said, hold it! Okay. It's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
I can't press anything on that. I can't misdirect with anything you just said. Give me more to work with, man.
Okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time.
What do you want to ask about?
I think to continue failing upwards as badly as Phoenix has been doing, let's ask about this something.
Okay.
He gave something to this person. Yeah. And what was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, now would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kinda small.
This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was.
I'll try.
In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely, what the bellboy did next.
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the small thing. Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Unguard's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall. He went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do.
Went in there and kidnapped Maya. Which is very unfortunate for us.
Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time?
He's like reading from a script that Mia's writing for him on the fly.
Yeah, I'm literally trying to be as horrible as he can be at all this because he's shitting his pants. Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What thing? Yeah, there's a little jittery alien with a ray gun. He was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was as strange and vague as his first.
It's a little troublesome, isn't it? I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, it just makes it harder on us, doesn't it?
Talk about a lose-lose situation.
You just gotta stall for long enough. Wait, hold on. Let's ask the other question here.
I said hold it! No, I'm literally gonna start reading it like he's one of those bad AI voice to text to voice.
Go for it.
So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm. Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was a person's arm.
Yeah, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
I see. It also seemed like you were stalling for time as well. How suspicious. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was that the bellboy handed off. Oh, well, let's see. I think it was like a pickle, a dildo? No, if you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yeah, of course, sir. I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of little wooden statue.
Oh. Oh. Oh no. Here we go. This thing we found at on Guard's mansion.
You all right, Phoenix? You're looking kind of constipated.
What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor.
What is it, Phoenix?
I have a feeling that something bad's gonna happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, spit it out! Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, there's something you saw. Is it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the little something.
Why is it the stressful music and not the triumphant music? I'm scared.
Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Madame God's mansion.
At the defendant's house? What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Mr. Ungard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Ungard is the killer's client.
Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia.
No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have.
I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
Shit.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor! A minute, please! Yes, Mr. Wright. There's still a few points left that we haven't fully explored.
What are you trying to pull?
I thought the stalling was the plan.
It still
Oh, well,
is.
we
I have
can't,
to
we
play
can't,
my part.
we can't have that now, can we? All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
Well, what the fuck is inside the bear?
Yeah, good point. I think it's fairly obvious that this bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he's not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion. Well, why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There's no way time-wise for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Ah, disaster of...
You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Come on.
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape.
I can't believe it, that butler, all this time, he was to kill her.
The killer and On Guard were working together, so to speak, and the killer was hiding at On Guard Mansion as its butler.
What a bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to On Guard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, On Guard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now.
This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I just have to find something else. Well, what will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to do anything? I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. What? There's still another one? There it is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point.
What are you trying to pull?
A seat of my pants over my forehead.
Actually, who received the bear? Because if all he saw was the arm, that screenshot showed it was the Nickel Samurai, not Matt on Guard.
Dun dun dun.
We can fuck around with that for a little bit, probably.
There is one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of. Ah! What the fuck?
That was the loudest scream I've ever heard.
Alright. What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But that arm, I was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear. You gotta be kidding!
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah! Whoa, we're all yelling. I mean, sure, it was the Nickel Samurai. So fun fact, Andy, did you know I can make my voice crack on command?
Yeah, it's honestly impressive.
Yeah. That is what I used to and still think voice cracking is the funniest fucking thing, so I just learned how to fucking do it.
I'm gonna need to practice it more if we're gonna do Ace Attorney 4 and I have to voice Apollo.
Jesus.
He has a voice cracking thing. Like,
Yeah. Order! Order! God, it looks like you dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count.
So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt on Guard is the Nickel Samurai.
Yes, thanks to the defense, we've made all of that clear. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Matt on Guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright? You could not win against the truth, could you?
I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? No? What should I do?
We can't just give in.
Right. There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was at Ungard's mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes.
Tisk tisk. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? Oh, don't do it. This is so... No! Come on! That's so fucked up, dude.
It's the only thing we've got.
Fucking hell. That's so fucked up.
There is nothing else we can do.
Yeah. Oh, man. Even chat is riled up.
Yeah, chat is like, no, we don't want... Yeah, no, I don't like doing it either, and I've gone through this case like 7 times.
Fucking hell. Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Ungard for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw. That could have very well been Miss Andrews.
Right. Add a little emotion to it, your usual oomph. Make it convincing.
But what about Mr. Ungard? If you'd please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then finding this figure at Mr. Ungard's mansion. It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
Hey, Journey! Thanks for the raid. Oh my gosh. Hello, welcome, raiders. We are in the middle of a very tense case of Ace Attorney, the finale of the case, and we're currently trying to place blame on someone who's clearly innocent. Hey!
Yeah, you know, like horrible people.
Yeah.
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Ungard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else.
Yeah, unbelievable! It's not something petty, it's murder of all things!
This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory.
Oh, thank you, Miles.
Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear?
Well, he's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Ungard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it?
Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
I see. Well, then the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian.
Oh, I swear this demon will pay!
Mr. Nick?
Pearls, where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A really strong power. Please be good news.
Oh,
Please be
Mr.
good
Nick,
news.
Your phone is...
Yeah, I know. It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Oh, phew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? Yeah, we still don't have any leads, but... What? You don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep this trial going until Maya's been rescued. But I've just run out of luck this time. Is all our hope for naught?
A tent!
Huh? A tent?
I could see a circus tent.
Mia!
It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So it was Maya that called you away.
She's locked in a dusty little room right now. I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away.
Gumshoe! Is there any circus in town right now? Yeah, there's only one, pal, the Berry Big Circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? All right, hold on a second, pal. It's about 100 meters. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry.
And
And?
I could see a mailbox under the window just outside.
Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. All right, what else? What else, Mia?
I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. Couldn't see anything else. Felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so?
I can hear old office building. Good stuff, pal. All right, just hang in there a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't you dare let that battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved.
Gumshoe, please hurry.
Looks like we're out of time. You all right, Phoenix?
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
Is Gumshoe okay? Gumshoe's fired up. I think he is like the most fired up he's ever been. He is like on his A game right now.
Yeah. The second he got fired, he became a true detective somehow.
He knew there was something to lose.
Yeah. Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit.
Nice flub, Dandy. Now nobody's gonna donate to the stream.
I'm gonna cry now.
Now then, The prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Ms. Andrews? Of course I have.
You've seen it before.
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Ms. Andrews, would you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? Alright.
What? Why? Why does she?
Oh, whoever just gifted, thank you for the gift sub.
Okay, no, that's. No, that was
someone just fucking proving
the thing
you
was
wrong.
it was a bit. It was a
bit.
fucking bit.
You know, some people are gonna take it serious, and we have a very generous audience. Is this follow up from the crazy dude who had two personalities? They were holding someone. Yeah, say this is the finale of that case.
Also, I will be right back. Give me a second.
Okay. All right. Hey guys, how you guys doing? So we are nearing the halfway point of this case, which if I check the time, that's actually perfect timing. But yeah, I am very excited for a certain part coming up. I'm very excited to see Ice's how should I put this? Reaction? Something like that. There's a lot of good shit that's about to happen in this case. That's just oh, the storytelling. Fucking love this. Also, yeah, it's not a split personality. He's just really good at acting. I mean, he's an actor, for God's sake. So, expect him to be able to put on a good face. But in my opinion, this case gives me the same vibes that the 5th case from the first game does, which only exists in the localizations, I know, but like, it's just, it's so good. It's so good. Having first seen this game from RT Game, I can never think of the judge as anything but Judge Goofy. You know, I actually never got a chance to watch RT play this. I always meant to, like, get around to it, but the 5th case in that game is crazy.
I'm sorry. Did someone portray the judge as Goofy?
Yes, RT Game did, apparently. But also...
Am I the only one who's portrayed the judge seriously?
I think so. But I'm here for it. I genuinely dig it. Because I'm like, the judge isn't as big of an idiot as what people make him out to be. Yes, he's meant to be kind of ditzy, but like, he isn't a complete moron. Also,
so the voice I use for the judge is actually from a voice I use for a character from Snatcher.
Which we will be playing this Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Also, yeah, the 5th case in the first game is crazy because they actually made it after the whole trilogy was made. They made it specifically for the localization and to start toying around with things to prepare for Ace Attorney 4. So a lot of the features that you see in case 1-5 actually are brought back for Ace Attorney 4 because it was essentially a tech demo for them. They were screwing around with the DS hardware and stuff. But anyway,
so it has a lot of like touch activity.
Yeah, so there is like, you know, you actually have to look at evidence and actually turn it around and stuff like that. And that becomes a big staple of the series going forward. But yeah, I love it too. The first 3 games though don't have that because again, they were made for the Game Boy Advance. But anyways.
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. With its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. Really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
So this figurine is a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Looks like there really was something to that bear after all.
I have almost no range to my voice, and I apologize.
What do you mean?
Because I feel like Mia is just a slight middle ground between Edgeworth and Adrian here. So, these voices are gonna blend together, and I'm sorry.
It's alright.
Ah.
A puzzle.
That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they'd never guessed that this was a puzzle. So, what kind of puzzle is this exactly?
Whoops, I had to press, not... There we go.
So, you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just... Go ahead and carry on. I'm just fucking around with it a little bit. I think he's lost it.
It's not like you have to pay attention or anything, Judge. Oh my god, Misty! Thank you for the 5 gifts. Jesus Christ, you guys are fucking awesome. Are they gonna find something in it? I guess we'll find out. The judge is gonna fiddle with it enough. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart?
I'm gonna do this just for Journey.
Oh god.
And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
Sorry that I'm stupid, but what is this game about? You're not stupid. So, it is literally you play as a lawyer, but not just any lawyer, an anime lawyer. And that's basically, like, the whole thing. Misty, chill. Thank you for the additional gift sub, but chill, man. This is insane. Fuck. The ace lawyer. Yes, you play it. That's all it is. This game is just you play a lawyer and you are defending your clients. Except in this case where there's a little bit more on the line.
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Well, this was a present for you?
Please don't. I feel pain already.
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it'd be perfect for one.
So it was a present from Miss Andrews.
Witness, let's continue with your testimony.
Wild! Sorry.
Oh my god.
I'm abusing my powers.
You're too powerful.
So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
Only the 2 of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt that there are many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it could be easily broken. Especially if someone just wanted what's inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken.
Just like a friendship. Who else knows about this bear, you know, being a small container or jewelry box?
I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the 2 of us knew.
2 of you, huh? Well, of course, that means Mr. Ungard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm able to get for now.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What's inside the box?
What's in the box?
I don't know, Nicolas Cage. What is in the box? What's inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please.
Well, there's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes on Miss Andrews as she solves that puzzle and takes a bear apart.
It is. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what that is. Do we, Mr. Brecht? It's the suicide note.
The suicide note?
The suicide note left by Juan Creda's former manager, Celestin Pa. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but as we just suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Creda himself. It seems Celestin Pa had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace, so now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
What's written on the note?
That's right. At least, that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. Can't stop you, can I? Went through so much just to get my hands on it. I was gonna burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well. Miss Andrews, you may cover your ears if you wish. The judge's voice was so loud and clear through that deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celestin Pass left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and thrown away by Matt on guard. About being engaged to Karita, and Engard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all. And that is all Miss Impas had to say. I am deeply sorry if that upset you, Miss Andrews.
There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. Night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
Matt Engard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost.
Otherwise, his reputation would have changed into a rusty fart over a landfill.
It's Engard's fault that woman killed herself. And this time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible! What a selfish person!
I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who'll defend these creeps too.
There is no room for doubt here. Mr. Tequila's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note was found inside the defendant's house.
It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy, no mercy from anyone here or otherwise. How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. 2 deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine, the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation. Just through one of those.
The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry.
I'm going! The suicide note or the figurine, which one of these should I push?
Oh,
We just saw the suicide note. We might want to look at this in a little more detail.
Yeah. Please wait, Your Honor.
Oh man, look at that lawyer.
He's still going at it? Like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook.
I think Your Honor believes that Madangard killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, thank you. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that's the case, I say that Madangard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order, order, order. Make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? That was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one.
Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying? What the f... I thought that spy camera was in my possession!
Madangard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And?
The victim, Juan Kurita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Madangard.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright. Yeah, Your Honor. You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright!
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I had the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye.
What, did you take the one that was stuffed up its ass?
But this camera that I have is not the same one. And no,
Oh,
it
come
was not
on,
the ass.
Miles!
Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this.
Gumshoe's bug sweeper.
By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Matt Ungard's fingerprints were on this.
Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
What am I supposed to say to that evidence?
I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
Oh, he got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that.
Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shush, stop, don't look at him.
Ugh, the way he's sweating is just so, nasty.
Phoenix,
Yes, Chief.
have you figured out what you're going to do next yet?
Maybe impersonate Celeste and Paz right here in the courtroom?
Phoenix, we can't do that.
Does running away look like a frightened child work?
I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what's that, Mia?
There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate?
I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? All right. I think it's time that we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is? If I mean, it still needs to look. Oh, should I just let it go? Fuck.
Nope, we have no choice. Present evidence.
I have an objection, Your Honor.
That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright, and I've had to listen to Winston Payne.
Oh, there. Your Honor! The defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor! Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all.
What are you talking about, Wright?
In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something?
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. Just right on the edge of your seat. There's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence.
Mr. Wright, the Liar Act didn't work the first time. It's not going to work the second time.
This is the act of a man who's very tired. That's Miss Impas's suicide note, right? Just flailing a suicide note around like that. Who knows?
Oh, god damn it.
I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside of this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Imposter or not, that has yet to even be remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't be...
Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake?
Miss Andrews, you're the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into the bear?
How dare you?
Oh, I hate every second of this.
Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again.
You
There is
bet
no
your sweet bippy I am.
There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever.
But if this is fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it.
What?
Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. Only the person other than the victim who can solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! Oh God, I'm a monster. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote this note so you could use it to frame Madame Guard.
I did no such thing.
I'm going to hell.
Right. If you're going to pronounce a suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
The evidence is I made it up. I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies on you, the prosecution.
Ugh.
All right, that's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
Well, if that's the case, it seems that yet again we've reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
Impossible. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix.
The judge is gonna carry this trial over one more day.
I don't know if you know this, Phoenix, but the human body can't survive 3 days without food.
I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis, my butt! That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time! And Guard is guilty! Look, any idiot can tell you that!
I think we've reached the end of the line.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Oh, they want his head up.
Also, just want to say, you can go a lot longer than 3 fucking days without food, Dandy.
Sorry, I got it mixed up. It was 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. I got it mixed up. My bad.
7 days.
Oh, is it
without
7
water.
days? 7 days without
Yeah.
water? Really?
Yeah, you can.
I got my everything mixed up.
Oh, never mind. It is 3 days.
Okay. Also,
But,
thank you, Zippy and chat, for helping us confirm that.
It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe. What is with him and what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to Killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what else to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyways, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the 2 of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm gonna keep looking for him, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little bit more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
You hear that? They're kind of calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. can't do that! Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor! Edgeworth, catch! Miss Edgeworth! Please, you gotta buy us some more time.
Court is in session. Christ almighty. I'm sorry, Your Honor, you were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to send proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day.
Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for the day and then reconvened tomorrow?
30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for.
Please, Your Honor! That's suspicious that you're both asking for that, but very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. Be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day.
Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation?
The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. Can we find her in that time?
Report.
Ah, oh, is that Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out.
Right. It looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident and is rushed to get away.
A few things.
Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really?
That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get too much trouble over this. My hunk of junk car should be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
All right. Just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that'll be decisive enough to end this.
Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me!
No one can stop me. What the fuck was that?
Sounded like he had an accident. His cell phone broke as well.
What was he thinking? I've got to hurry and call for help.
But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, don't get to those items before they do. The police will take possession of them.
No, we can't let that happen!
Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Zippy.
Hey, thanks, dude. Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into a car accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment?
Can you think of any ways, Ice?
I don't know, the psychic in pocket?
No. Something a little more technological. Another way to track Gumshoe.
Oh, you mean that stupid fucking tracking device he made in his back pocket? That's right, there is a way.
What? How?
I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this.
Not quite.
Oh god, the Gestapo.
She planted a tracking device on him.
Yup.
Why are you bringing up Franziska at a time like... Oh! I see. That's right. I'll try and get in contact with her. Chances are slim, but she's all we have.
Franziska. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth.
What is it?
I don't have a right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Rice chooses death.
Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been declared.
Verdict.
Prosecutor Edgeworth here.
Yes, bailiff.
There's a phone call for you, sir. That was extremely urgent.
They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Hang in there, right?
I'm gonna fucking kill the guy. I will Marvel vs. Capcom his ass. I will gather all the evidence needed to put his face through the floor. I'll hyper combo finish that bitch. Turnabout as a fucking 3-meter special on his ass. and then I'll tag in Deadpool and have him kick him in the nuts repeatedly and laugh about it while he eats churros. Fuck that guy. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready.
Sorry. Hold on. Here? There we go.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this, but, however, why do you also seem to be, like, holding in 3 cans of farts, Mr. Edgeworth?
That is... It's nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Edgeworth?
Looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impass's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Ms. Impasse herself. It is a fake.
Order! Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? If this was not written by Miss Impasse, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida.
Mr. Kurita?
Well, well. Looks like Miss Impasta never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Ungard.
However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Ungard could not have known that, and so that facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
I see chat saying fuck both Kurita and Matt, they're both assholes. Yeah, no. They're both horrendous people.
Yeah, they deserve everything they're going to get.
Well, Kurita already got his just desserts. We'll see what is on Guard's future.
This theory that Ungard had no idea the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it.
Yeah. He would know.
The defense believes that the theory and prosecutions has stated contradicts this testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Ungard to not have known it was a fake.
He was spying on him. Like, constantly. What is the blinking thing on the top right? Okay, so if you have never played Ace Attorney before, there is a, quote, life bar. If you get too many answers wrong, you get a game over. Now, I have always just save scummed the game, so it doesn't matter. But it's good for dramatic effect when it's like, this is the only chance you get, and you see that entire bar flashing red, and you're like, oh boy, I hope I get this right.
Mm-hmm. What's
Anyways.
this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor? You know, like a small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Oh, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. It's nice to know that the judge just had a senior moment. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, and this means Mr. Ungard would have known that the victim had forged the note.
Ugh.
So then, the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungard's motive for murder was, it suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Ungard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ungard didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place?
Ugh.
Order, order! Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it's you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
Huh? As you figured?
As I figured. It came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. Question is, what next?
What next?
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
However, this witness is
a little, unusual by this court standards.
Edgeworth is stuttering. This is not like him at all. Unusual. We have seen clowns, a ventriloquist that thought his dummy was real, a talking parrot, and an octennial that thought she was a space cop. What sort of witness would you consider unusual at this point, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the Killer to commit murder?
That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness?
It's
Yes, go on. Who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shelley the Killer.
Oh, Mr. the Killer. What? Wait. Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here. To the witness stand.
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright? Yeah? Is this all right with you? Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
On the chat right now. Is he gonna be holding Maya with a gun to her head on the witness stand? We'll see. You'll see.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand.
Edgeworth? Is there no other way left to us?
Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please.
Good sir. My name is Shelley the Killer. I'm an assassin. Really? Are we fucking doing this?
Yeah.
With the fucking walk? Really?
Yep. Mhm.
Really?
Yep, we're doing that.
I can't. That fucking seriously a giant ham radio?
Yep, You thought he'd appear in person? You really thought he'd do that?
I thought this was how they were gonna reveal that they had caught him.
Nope. Maya's still very much in danger. Very, very in danger.
Alrighty then.
You can't fucking prove it's not just some schmuck VA on the other end. Hold on. They'll address that.
Let him cook. This is the dumbest. What is going on here in my court?
Your Honor?
How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now. It came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court.
So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I can't allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure it's really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley the Killer.
No, I understand. Please wait a second.
I'm so...
Maya!
Maya!
A voice? Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
What would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct?
It is as you say, I didn't kill Mr. Corrida.
I think that was the quickest anyone's ever confessed to killing on the stand. Whew. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well. This is all just a bad dream, yes, that's it. Just a very bad, stupid dream. Shelley the Killer. What's he gonna say? There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between himself and the client. This is the reason why I'm here today on the witness stand. This is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. Get him, Edgeworth. Get him.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
Do you mean about this trust between himself and his clients thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, you ready to cross-examine the walkie-talkie? Yes, Your Honor.
There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix.
Also, I want to point out, there is next to no way someone in the 2000s would be able to identify if their call was being traced. So, in all reality, they could just be tracing this fucking call anyways.
Yeah.
Like,
However,
they have him on the line indefinitely. It is so easy to track one of these things. Like, they could just... like, he's just there still talking on like, anyone could just be like, there he is, get him. Like,
see, but also, he, as Slug just pointed out in chat, he does have a hostage, and also, I think both Phoenix and Edgeworth want to keep him talking for as long as possible to,
right.
They don't want to give away.
Well, just don't press any buttons for a while. It'll solve itself.
Yeah, true.
It's audience immersion. We're stalling them.
Yeah.
In reality, the only thing that should be the resolution for this is you just hear a loud, and then we got him, and that's it. That should be like, that's how that gets resolved.
True. However,
to an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between this guy and himself. The trust between you and your client? I realized I was in a fast and efficient manner, better than Amazon. In exchange, I used that to trust my clients discreet about me and my identity.
it's probably killed less people than Amazon has.
Make me worry about Hal every day.
Sorry.
If too many people knew my face, it'd be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients is ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killing names so that my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and just break your trust? It's never happened before, but if it ever did... yeah? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly That's enough! Please, no more! Well, it was only hypothetical anyway.
You do that voice so well. I fucking love it.
Wait, what?
Just the killer's voice. I fucking love how well you do that fucking voice. It's too perfect for him.
You mean Volturo from
I know.
fucking Harvey Birdman mixed with Scar from The Lion King?
Yes, it's too perfect. It's genuinely perfect. And I love it. I'm gonna be so sad when we're done with this case because that voice is gonna be gone. I'm gonna be like, aw.
And that's the only reason I'm here today with this witness stand. That seems a little bit strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I'd think that this would be very bad for them. What does it matter to me?
God. And no one pointed out that the radio looks like Shelly to Killer himself. Actually, yeah, it does.
Oh my god, it does.
Because the little like thing going back and forth is like an eye. There's like the monocle on the right.
Yeah,
there's even the scar down the middle.
Oh my god, that's
just in case anyone
fantastic.
wants a quick little yeah, there
oh my god. Yeah, wow, shit. All right.
I fucking love that. Too good.
It doesn't matter to me. As clients already breaking the rules and acted outside of the prescribed role. Their role? Yes, this person tried to implicate enough with the crime in order to save themselves, and this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? But for the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? What? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself.
It's like Assassin just casually threatening the fucking judge.
It's my wit. Oh, there. Just go to the next one, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go back a couple because of what we pressed before, and now trust between provide services, there we go.
I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. The person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just by luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better.
I know, right?
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really? Well, in that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek.
The important things we learned there is he values trust above all else, and if one of his clients ever crossed him, who probably would be the next target.
You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready.
Excellent. And that's the reason I'm here today at this witness stand. You're gonna enter the text of the objections now. Hit the fucking... There you go.
Yo.
You good? You got anything? No, I can't bring myself to harass the client's name.
If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Carida?
That person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
What?
What?
Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier.
Brandon, who are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What? This can't be. On the phone earlier.
What's going on here?
My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back.
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Matangar, perhaps?
I knew it.
This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned the witness.
You Shelly DeKiller.
My testimony is the truth. And the defendant at the moment is Madam Guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this.
Yeah, but I don't want to win this. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was fake. But most definitive of all, we've heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all.
No.
With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Madden-Guard is innocent. Well, I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue discussion. Call me when you've reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, our guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya.
Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And in guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelly DeKiller is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me! Listen, everyone, please! The testimony just now, it was all one big lie!
Miss Andrews.
The suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died! And Juan's death is all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He's named you as his client.
No! That's not true!
Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife, the button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
That's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impasse was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her. You wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I'd say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
Oh, Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them! Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them! Please. Help me.
Yeah, I know the truth. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do?
You gonna do ice?
Bitch, I just read this stuff.
You gonna request
Yeah,
that
you'd
he
have
be
to.
declared innocent, or you?
literally no? You literally have to request the trial to continue.
Okay.
Phoenix,
I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept not guilty.
you are a lawyer.
I know. Matt Ungard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Ungard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that this is because of Edgeworth. I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Ungard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. Trust? I never thought about it until just now. I trust him?
Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please? The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I am not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There is still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Sir Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. D. Killer.
Right away, Your Honor.
Oh, that smug smile. He's so fucking happy.
Uh-huh.
Was the verdict reached?
Hey there, V-Drift. Welcome to the chat.
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
The bounce? All you need from me was the name of my client. What else could you possibly need me for?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done.
What is she talking about, usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
A legal purpose in your procedures. Is there any one that no one likes to go to court? As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is the tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another client for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to see with the body near the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew for the time being that Juan Carita was dead. But even more appalling is the creation of the planting of the knife at the button. That is what I refer to as when I said my client had broken the rules.
If I remember correctly, this is the testimony I might want to consult something for, but we'll see.
This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now. However, this time, everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
We still have the cross-examination to do.
You don't need to question testimony like this. You, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Ugh, why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes two of us. I just want my burrito. It's late. I'm cranky. I didn't get my nap today.
Oh, whoops, sorry.
No. This is already established shit. You gotta hit it.
Yeah, so I'm, let's see.
Professional Twitch streamer Daniel Bandicoot pulling out a guide so he doesn't waste anybody's
No.
time. Do it,
Say, I
queer.
think there's one of these testimonies that, like, if you press...
raging homosexual.
Well, no, I think there's one of his testimonies. I forget if it's this case. There's one of... I think it's one of the testimonies that the killer gives that if you press him wrong, that just... You get heavily damaged for it. So, let's just find out.
Hold on. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicion on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes. How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. It's just a clown. If you'd like to talk business, we could do that after the trial. Oh, no, I'm just thinking of hiring Mr. Wright. Yes. You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What? No! Why would you think something like that? You're guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you're hereby declared guilty!
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not?
Edward's just like, let's... Both of you children, let's move on.
Well, it looks like he was Phoenix Wright the whole time. Roll credits.
My
And I
fucking
guess
God.
that this truly is the Ace Attorney, too. I'd like to think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Kind of a good point. It's actually a really good point.
Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. I will say this, even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
That goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller.
And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client at this time wanted to run away from the guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Hey, so my business card. Oh, this card. So no matter what I'm included the police. I always make it a point to make sure things are as easy as possible. You try to make things easy. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. It's pretty devoted to his work. Not to disregard everything and just go stab the deceased with a knife. I even have my card from sight. That is something I cannot overlook. Huh. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. Those crazy over-the-top reactions are what give us most of our information.
I know, right? Like, a radio. How do I figure that out?
So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? Well, that's correct. Usually most people try to get into the alibi for themselves. If you excuse my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you I have no intention of using your services! Ever! What is does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? What is so humorous to you?
It's just the judge thinking that Phoenix actually wants him dead. It's just like, why? Like, why does he think Phoenix wants him dead?
Well, actually, I probably would too if I was the judge. Anyways.
Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that one Kurita was dead.
Judge, gotta say, the judge,
I don't think so.
big homosexual, I don't like him.
Are we allowed the backseat here? So, I'm just gonna say this. I've already played these games. I am the one playing. We're just voice acting it through, and because I wanted to show Ice everything. I would request no spoilers. You're allowed
because the redheaded idiot has a tendency of predicting the future anyways, and we don't want to ruin that magic for everyone.
Say, just, I want Ice to have, like, good experience with the games. Like, and this is one of those games, like, any sort of spoiler is just like, fuck. So, he already played all the first one, and obviously we played through the second game up to this point, so that's all we know so far. As long as you guys can talk about whatever you want in chat, just all I ask is just please be respectful with spoilers.
Yeah.
But yeah. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that one Kurita was dead. Why did she pour a fucking glass of juice then?
All right, thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. T-Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Kurita had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From the wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Kurita had only fainted. Which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. That isn't just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? No, that's not possible, Your Honor. See, this glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point, Mr. Edgeworth. What's your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important part of it, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Kurita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence.
Sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. Remember how, earlier in court, Edward said using anyway was the symbol of a weak man trying to change the subject?
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, he actually did it.
Uh-huh. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. Especially because Dick Gumshoe's unconscious or dead somewhere. We're not going to get his evidence. Maya's still in trouble. God, I wish there was a SWAT team that actually cared. And while we wait for the items to kill are left behind to get here, we got nothing else better to do. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. The request came to me about a week ago. It was a request for my services the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to finalize a few matters. That's what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe that I made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Alright.
One of these days we're gonna play a game where we can actually play the game instead of voice act the whole thing, I swear. Oh, I'm sure it'd be nice to be able to interact with the chat at some point.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm trying to, like, you know,
This is
talk
like
to
we're
him a
reading
little.
them a grown-up bedtime story.
Hey, I love shit like this. Like, I will watch streamers that just do, like, voice acting
My
or,
brother
like,
in
YouTubers
Christ,
that
you
do.
would. My brother in Christ, you would watch paint dry. Calm down. Get off your high horse.
Funny you say that. RT Game did a stream of that, and thousands of people watched. I'm not joking. I didn't tune into it, but some people did. I hear that quiet sipping.
I don't get paid enough for this.
Stop breaking kayfabe.
1 week ago, are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, have my own preparations. And I was barely able to finish. When you rest my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you'll keep that in mind. Please stop! In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time? It was a request for my services the night of the awards ceremony. Okay. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So, what are these suspicions that you had? What did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Wankrita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about the bear puzzle.
Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all.
That's correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Not really.
Okay. The killer said sounds plausible, but in the end, it's just his conjecture. No, Your Honor, I don't think that was very important at all. Well then, witness, please continue. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? Witness, I'd like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
Well, that's because I value the trust between the client and myself above all else. The only way to establish this is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Okay, so why don't we just have him describe what Adrian Andrews looks like to prove he doesn't know what the fuck she looks like?
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't very important.
She was literally in costume the whole night. He wouldn't know it because he bumped into her or not. He would literally not know what she looks like. You could blow this whole thing off if you were like, just fucking describe what she looks like. Just give us an idea. Like, just like, what color is the hair, physique, clothing, facial hairstyle, how she stands. All these really easy things. Whatever.
Good point.
Why he meets his clients isn't that important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only by talking to him face to face that I began to trust him. Oh my fucking god.
You remember when we first saw Adrian and you were like, isn't that a guy's name?
Oh my god, did I do it again? Did I?
I have waited 3 weeks, Ice. 3 weeks. I have bit my tongue.
So that's 7. I've done it 7 times now.
You tuned into this case real damn good.
Okay, well, that's 7 times Ice Wolf saw the future. God damn it. Well, that's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face.
Whole chat is fucking
Well, Mr.
exploding
Wright,
right now.
Was the testimony just now of any importance?
Oh, it is extremely important, Your Honor.
Bet your sweet bippy it is. Ice is psychic after all. Well, yeah, I mean, but that's not how that, well, whatever.
That's not, I would say that's not really psychic. That's just,
I mean,
you thought the same thing and it helped you out.
Yeah. I heard what I think I just heard now. And I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh? Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well.
Too pissed off over this. Misgendering someone once, instantly canceled. Yes, now the serial killer is canceled. Now he is.
Yep, that'll get him.
Say, the 17 murders he committed
I would
already.
like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that's correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm so sorry, Mr. DeKiller. But did you just misgender my client? What? Shelly DeKiller? Did you just assume my client's gender? Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip up about her. Check your privilege. Hashtag canceled. Dab.
He's just dabbing on an assassin.
So what is the issue? Oh shit. Wait, what did you say just now? About her? If you'd ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh!
Well,
order in the Mr. Wright, what's the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always makes sense of taking the request. But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKill's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews.
Oh no, he's coming!
No, he's sweating oil!
You don't. What? Ew! Oh god! Oh my god! Somebody, please, 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 please call that. What? It's like that goddamn horrifying manga glycerin by goddamn. Whatever. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
Also, yeah, God, that looks so much better in the pixelated sprite. That he could
That's
have
a
done
little-
better.
That's like fucking fist-sized wads of grease, dude.
I mean, that's what it was in the original, but also like, I feel they could have done better. But oh well. I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name.
Yes, Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. So sad, I'm so sorry about your Twitter followers, Mr. DeKiller.
Oh no. Hashtag cancelled. What? What's going on? The exact same response I always have when I look at shit on Twitter. Shelly DeKiller. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed this client up with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. But please, if you would allow me to testify once more. Oh, he's just gonna spit out more lies. And I'm the lie weevil. I'm gonna get you. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. You're literally a microphone under oath, but you're an assassin, so I don't expect you to play by the rules anyways. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was from the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client might be a man. Didn't he just say he literally never... Oh, he only ever... Jesus fuck. Jesus. Alright. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, and also literally said that he has never once taken a client that he didn't see face to face. So that means he's lying out his walkie speaker.
Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us.
Can I just bend it really bad? I mean, I can't make him suspicious, but he can make himself suspicious. I think we're okay. Like, I think we're good. I think we got this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. That is what it's like to have a power bottom in your life. Wait. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Alright. Let's start asking him questions.
Didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. Ha ha. However, 1,000 clients from us meeting simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? Well, no, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice isn't going to work on me.
All right then, just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, please never use that voice again. Oh.
Right, if you ever pull that out in the bedroom, I will snap your dick in two.
You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly slutting it up on my stand. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. DeKiller met with his client?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see.
Let's pull out the I'm sorry, I've been a bad boy, Your Honor. Boy, I hope you don't take that gavel and bash my sweet little bottom with it.
I need a spanking. I thought this was justice for all.
We're losing it. It's such a serious case in this one.
Eventually, people crack under pressure. And your line of questioning was just another waste of time, as with that extended, awkward gay diatribe you just went on.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong.
Ow!
I love Edgeworth's quips, they're too good.
And why could you not meet certain clients? Well, recently I've been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I'd lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which the times have changed. That's now the age of information and computers, correct? I was unable to join the times and make one request by electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope?
God, Judge, please stop being such a boomer.
I'm very sorry. So are we! I suppose the shortening of words. What I mean by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email? In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down.
We've seen it happen. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and two or three other small things.
Two or three other things? Yes. And what were those other things? I mean, other things that have nothing to do with the case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? Man, that'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes, Daddy? Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you're planning to betray your own client? That's... Oh, I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one? Wait. Oh, this is looking bad. I shouldn't press my leg. All right, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing?
Yeah, I think it is.
Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose to be much of a choice. The bear figurine. After his assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told the job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include that you just stated on your testimony. As you wish.
Alright.
I found this figurine at Mr. Ungard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ingard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
No. Objections.
It's no use! As long as I can't put my finger on a central problem here. Pressing this witness anymore would be extremely dangerous. It appears that Mr. Wright has no problems. Well then, witness, please continue.
Alright. If Adrian had received that bear, she said it herself, she would have burned it.
Did you guys enjoy my fucking Sonic 06 reference?
I enjoyed
Fucking-
it. I always appreciate a Sonic reference.
You a precious Sessie? Is it because you just look like Sonic?
Sonic was my very first video game, and so it holds a special place in my heart no matter how terrible the series is.
Okay. Well, I guess
Actually-
arguing that with you is no use. Well, let's get the trial rolling, kids.
The fact that this suicide note even exists.
Yeah. Shelly to Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item would not have been inside it. This item?
I see where you're going.
Yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
That's the second time you've made that joke, Your Honor.
Your Honor! Please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony.
It's going to burn it. For her sake.
If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burnt it. Order, order, order! Very clever of you, Phoenix, for catching out the weird phonetics on burned instead of burnt, so that's where you two were going.
So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Ah!
I love your panic sounds. It's like, ah!
Well, they all cut off really abruptly.
They do.
Order! Oh, who keeps putting that thing back together? Mr. Phoenix, right? I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... That's enough. If that is your only intention, there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please! Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please, not that. Please, wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Ah! Ah! What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Sir Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should.
Edgeworth, we can't do this! If we keep this up, Maya should...
The prosecution.
What has come over everyone? Even you!
The prosecution rests.
What is going on around here? Is there an aphrodisiac in the air?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that's the case, then even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I end the trial right here, right now, then your client, Madame Guard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews would be charged with murder.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear from the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Madame Guard, to the stand.
The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could. It's like our time has run out.
Can't believe it.
The outcome now lies in your hands.
Why does it always end in my hands?
Dude, the old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as truly innocent or as a good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Mr. Ungard?
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. Isn't that refreshing like a spring breeze crap? Just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice, or should I just save Maya's life?
You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged with the murder. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. All hinges on what I choose. Well then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt, clearly swilling an evil person-sized chalice of brandy with malicious scars over his eyes and a psychotic glower in his face, is innocent.
Huh. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's gonna say what I want, aren't you?
Right.
I can't do this. I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart.
No option to check the court record anymore.
My client, Madangard, is guilty. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Madangard, your client, deserves an answer. Maya, I'm so sorry, baby. Madangard is... Ouch! Franziska von Karma! What are you out?
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside, this.
What a filthy old coat. This is... That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere.
I apologized for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in.
I fought long and hard this whole trial. Nice. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure what's inside that coat is a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy, nasty coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence?
Oh, here we go.
This trial is already over. All that remains for me to do is hand down my verdict. I don't believe that any evidence presented now is... I would change the outcome of this trial. What?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Mr. Von Karma, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it.
That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol.
Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Does that pistol have any relation to this case?
We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least with me.
Ah, that's what you were shot with.
That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes.
Oh,
I kept the bullets they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test.
so that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. Probably not going to help us very much, and I really have no idea why it's a Ruger, but... What? Yeah, I know guns, shut up.
The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
I bet the killer took that from the unguarded mansion. Have you checked the contents of the tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Right, shit, sorry.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important,
Why would you say that?
because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it.
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the Killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform.
Is that the uniform he used from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime?
I am almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets.
Now there's no doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder.
There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There's a button missing on this uniform. A button. It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue.
What is it with this case and the missing fucking buttons?
Right?
That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought. And what's that, Your Honor? I'm sure we were under normal circumstances. These items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is. Who is the client?
Yes, that's correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor! Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all of the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful! Absolutely splendid! This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he?
Is this the end?
Phoenix.
I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this fucking world, is there?
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You can't just sit around and wait for it to land in your lap, Phoenix. You've come this far. You can't give up now.
No matter how you think about it, it's fucked.
Try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us.
2?
The first, make On Guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If On Guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go.
That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible.
Second way, force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go.
Mia, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else.
I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But if you can make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle.
Bigger problem is, The judge has already said he doesn't need more evidence. The pieces he was shown, he's not accepting them.
Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us?
Yeah, and if we fuck up, Maya's going to spend the rest of her existence on the other side. Wait, what does she mean? Wait, you mean to turn things around?
Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it?
Person who needs the evidence.
The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence, and that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. That truth may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
Oh boy. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
Oh, go fuck yourself. I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Right.
Then you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I'll grant you one chance, but this is highly irregular. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
That's impossible. To turn the situation around in one try.
One try, that's all I'll permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Ungard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to?
Double check, make sure I got this right. Hold on.
And given it's like literal, if you fuck up, you die.
Yeah, this is like literally one time. I'm making sure. Like, I know the answer, I'm just double check.
Save scum.
Got it. Well, I can't save now that I'm in the selection, but I was just making sure. Shelly the Killer. I believe we have something very important to show you. Are we not going to do the bad ending? No. No, we're not. If you guys want to see the bad ending, you guys can look it up, but it's already late, man.
Tell this court what one piece of evidence you'd like to show this person.
I believe you should take a look at what's on this tape.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, bring in the transceiver thing from earlier. All right. Looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you show me one of the pieces of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was doing this over my client to watch it. So I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you're on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted that camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. What? That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Wait a minute. Your client specified a place and a time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why didn't Matt and Guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that's my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want.
Your client didn't offer you the same trust as you offered him. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say about that, Shelly DeKiller? It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yeah, by a natural. That's the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That's the true nature of your client.
I have one question for the witness.
Yes.
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes. That's right.
But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
Why, that's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the DeKiller name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
I see. That's all I wanted to know.
So the traitor becomes DeKiller's next target. This is how we turn this case around.
Mr. Wright.
Yes?
My contract with my client is over. As of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item!
I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank God.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion.
However, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the... Miss Von Karma, where did that...
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Sweat, motherfucker. Mr. Unguard! Looks like somehow you got what you wanted. Finally received the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy.
But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me? Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very, very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief.
So, I am going to pick this one for the comedic, and more satisfying ending.
Oh, is that the canon one?
So, I'll explain it after all this.
Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Matt on Guard. Please make sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honor, as always, the defense pleads not guilty. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Matt on Guard.
Please wait!
What's the matter?
If I get a not guilty, I'll be killed. I'm no! Guilty!
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out much in this, you goddamn sack of... Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on Guard?
I have left Ms. Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now.
Very good. Well, that was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did.
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But after that, I was alone at the detention center. That's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved.
Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I am really happy that you two are in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. It's the first time I felt comfortable with myself. With who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, it looks like we've resolved everything at last. As for myself, there's still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
So, the good or bad ending was the combination of who to present the evidence to and what to present the evidence to. If you did anything else, it would have been a bad ending. Unguard would have been acquitted, Maya would have been released, but Phoenix would have never seen Maya again. Because he would have essentially gone the way of Edgeworth and just vanished. The weight of not being able to find the miracle too much for him, and he'd quit law forever.
Oh. Well, I mean, he's not really getting to be in many games nowadays anyway, so I guess it wouldn't matter one way or a fucking other now, wouldn't it?
Fair. Say, also that...
I don't see any Phoenix Wright 12 coming out.
Also, that last, decision for the guilty or not guilty, what I said, you know, I'm gonna pick this one. If I would have just selected guilty, it just automatically fast forwards to his breakdown. You don't get the delicious moment of taunting him.
Ah, okay.
And making him
sense.
beg for it.
Ah, I get
So,
you. That works. That works. That
yeah.
works.
You were great out there, Phoenix.
What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. Got them a guilty verdict this time. But look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting not guilty, right?
Yeah, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Ms. Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice? Should I save Maya's life? My client, not on guard, is...
Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right!
Edgeworth!
I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really?
Pearls!
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Ah, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya's safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick!
Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her, Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks?
Oh,
What's wrong?
Ms. Von Karma.
About earlier. Thanks.
Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy?
Yeah, I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma.
How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. For all, I was like that myself until a year ago.
Edgeworth.
For my own personal victories. For guilty verdicts. Used every dirty trick in the book, so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner, faced my first defeat. Felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. Couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. Left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself for his defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
That was not what happened. Where I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
What foolish nonsense!
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. Then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
But what? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses, the truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always, eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth?
Yes. It's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory. Who ran away into the night.
Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. That's the reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with. It's because I believed in the things you said to me. Those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma! I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over.
Oh, Francisca threw something on the ground just now.
This is an electromagnetic receiver.
Isn't that the thing that she used to track Detective Gumshoe?
I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Ah! Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this right.
Okay.
Nick!
Yeah! Oh, Maya.
Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh, Nick! I knew you would come through! You got on guard convicted like I knew you would! And on top of that, you even rescued me!
Oh, of course I did. You know I'd never desert you. Sure, we pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever, whatever! Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I'd just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Oh god. Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it.
Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth!
I'm relieved you're all right.
Hey, looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
And here I was about to say something snarky about you having lost a couple pounds.
Alright, I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Let me guess. We're gonna go get some burgers.
Yup, that's absolutely right. I'm starved, literally. I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist.
Alright, so how about we just hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Oh god. Another feast?
Come on, Nick! Food!
Alright. Hey, pal! Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe! Are you alright? Oh, yeah. Well, I'm really embarrassed.
Sounds like you're on, like, several different painkillers.
I didn't think I hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him.
You did it again, city boy! I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yes, way more exciting than the last episode of the Steel Samurai. Thanks. Oops, sorry. Thanks.
Now, looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Right too hard? You don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight, even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone, gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Oh, where?
Right here, dummy.
Right, where is he?
She.
Oh, God. Looks like Lana brought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least you could put this messy kid. Do you know what dilaudid is, pal? This shit really does what it needs to do, man. I'm feeling real dilaudid myself right now. Come on. Tell somebody, let's go shout out, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
Hey, you know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Oh, you know, it's wait. That's odd.
When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? Or?
Yeah, I sure put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item.
Aw, come on, y'all, it's over. But oh boy, let me tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think?
Why does she look so happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So, to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know? I don't know where it went.
Check
Aw.
E621 to find out where it's been posted.
Oh god.
That's too bad. Well, it's all right. Wasn't anything important anyway.
I'm sure it's nice to finally just see them both smiling again. Oh no?
Hmm?
What is it, Edgeworth?
This thing is picking something up.
Ah, this was from Karma's receiver. Oh, thanks, sir. I had the most awful experience of my life, sir.
That's weird. He's not wearing his coat. You put it on his coat.
Oh. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton.
I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait!
What?
I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there.
If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
I feel like words aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Give him the D.
Oh, you know I intend to. Here you go, Edgeworth.
What's this? Right, we've talked about this. If we're going to be doing that, I'm the one with the whip.
Thanks. It's all thanks to you two. You and her.
What are you— Oh. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
Call me.
Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya? Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. But Pearly! Would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me!
Anyways. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick!
What?
I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy us the noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill. Huh?
Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's a camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for $3,000.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, well, it's time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
Okay, then. If you say so.
There is
That
a
isn't-
post-credits scene, by the way, everyone.
That isn't the expletive I was going to scream out, so I'm glad that Phoenix took it from me.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Please don't get in the habit of doing that. Should we tell him?
Happens at least 3 more times.
I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners, so I sort of made reservations for 2 of you, just in case.
She's got them G-cup ideals now. Thanks, Mia. You fucking ruined her. She's just trying to hook everybody up she can see. It's all she cares about.
Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. And Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with his chief, and I heard her say things like, letting that one go is bad for society. I knew a crash a headlock guy the only way to live, pal. Also, you have any idea how bad the hospital bills in America are? I need that job. I'm over $30,000 in debt.
I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm gonna be a waitress from now on. Bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Boy, she sure did downsize. Fuck. I'm going from being a junior officer to a waitress.
Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Honey. Recently? Yes, that girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. I remember if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. Yeah, it didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Oh, yes. Whip me harder, mommy.
Oh, it's you!
It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, and let us know the world we're serious. I plan to make a big name from here to Zimbabwe.
Hey, Max, what do you think Zimbabwe's like? Do you think there are, like, castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Mode's jokes. I hate text that doesn't pause. Oh god.
I'm ready! There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears! I'm gonna be the most contemporary with my humor! Mo Curls, I represent! We got a new act all worked out and prepared for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off! Get with it! You fucking imbecile! I hate you!
Also, after the credits and the post-credit scene, there is some fan art that I am going to share. Because you guys are fucking wonderful.
What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric razor recharge on stand. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? Ah, but it's Edgy Poo's ideas. That means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy, and they treat me like royalty. And anyone who doesn't feel pain, they're gonna feel burn, speed of burn. Playing with fire is very dangerous because the 3 stars you would think that. Oh my god, I can't. Also, Zippy, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Holy shit.
Thanks, amigo.
Oh my god. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right.
I received a letter from Ms. Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
But
it
yes.
begins!
Franziska does have a heart at least. She must feel some sort of remorse.
Yeah, it's called a phylactery. It's become difficult for me in this country as of late, and such will take a short leave of absence. If you'd like to request my services, you should visit my homepage. Maybe we'll be blessed with longevity.
Well, there she goes. There he goes.
It's kind of wild that the killer got away with it in the end. Like, the actual assassin gets away with it.
Yeah, but...
Oh, wow, Shinji Mikami did this? What the fuck?
Hmm? Oh,
I didn't know Shinji Mikami
Hold up.
produced this.
we're at the airport. International departures, gate 12.
This isn't the only game that I've been playing, or that we're going to play, that ends at an airport.
Where are you going, Franziska? How did you know I was here? With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting.
When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure it took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things. It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. Put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing! You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win, no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me? I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been, and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge.
Oof.
See. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews. You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? day, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. That's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma.
I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
Wow, she showed an emotion other than bitch.
She's been holding a lot in. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you, and at last we meet again.
Oh my god, it's the killer's card, isn't it? I had to sneak another one in there right at the end, I guess.
Yes, you did.
Jesus Christ.
And that is the conclusion of Phoenix Wright, Justice for All.
And the best part is, we're gonna be doing another detective game on Thursday.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
So, you know all the stuff where you had to go and do like exploration and shit and finding evidence and crap? In Phoenix, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, imagine it's that without the courtroom.
Oh.
Except periodically there's shootouts.
Oh. Huh. Well,
And,
that's gonna be interesting.
And blood and guts.
Let's see, Ace Attorney Trilogy. Yeah, so the second trilogy is coming out in January. I would love to finish the third game before then, but I don't think we're gonna jump directly into the third game after this. However, I do want to start on the third one maybe in a few weeks. I don't know, we'll see.
We got some quote holiday themed video games that we're going to be playing, which is Snatcher and Parasite Eve, because that technically takes place at Christmas, so it's a holiday game.
Yes. So we are going to be playing. We got a few games planned out. Gotta say we're thinking of several things. So.
Oh yeah, when Pal World comes out in January, you had best fucking believe we're going to be playing that on stream.
Oh, absolutely. And since it's
potential-
co-op, we'll both be
potentially a lo-
playing.
Potentially a lot.
Yes. We will see.
No, Beto, it is not a cowboy game. It is another detective game, but it predates Phoenix Wright by a lot. In fact, it was the first voice-acted game made by Hideo Kojima.
Oh shit, I didn't know Kojima was involved in it.
Oh yeah, it's Konami. Hideo Kojima made the game.
Holy shit.
It's one of Hideo Kojima's earlier games, actually.
Well then.
In fact, Metal Gear is referenced in it extensively. In fact, you're going to be saying Metal Gear so much you're probably going to get tired of hearing it.
Oh, Metal Gear. Also,
And
give me a second here,
you're probably
because like
going-
I said...
Oh my god, yeah, we had a buttfuck of subscribers and followers. Thank you.
Yeah,
oh my god, all of
fucking
you
thank
people
you to
are,
everyone.
y'all are
But-
fucking insane.
Before y'all go, I did promise gift art. Or
Yes.
that people drew us. So give us a second, because there were a couple that were drawn at the end of last stream.
Yeah, we couldn't put everything up because of, you know,
So,
extensive.
yeah, so these are going to be from Tanmux, these first ones. Y'all know Tanmux. Tanmux is a sweetie. He wanted to draw Will Powers in a fucking lumberjack outfit, because I feel like some of you are into that. So there's that. Let me get the other ones up here. I think... Oh yeah, Pearl's making a salad. Because last time, she said she was gonna make a salad, but didn't have any, lettuce. But now she does, and so she made a salad. Drag that over here. There we go. Hey guys, was laying in bed for most of the stream, so I couldn't talk, but you guys had me and my mate laughing. I'm fucking glad of that, man. I'm glad that you guys had fun.
And the idea is to at least make sure folks have a good giggle.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, after that last scene, what's your opinion of Franziska?
Are we ever going to see her again?
Yes.
In any capacity that matters?
Yes.
Does Edgeworth stay a prosecutor?
Yes.
Do you get to see Edgeworth again?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of the other characters that you wind up encountering from here on look like fucking memes.
Yeah, some of them. But, yeah, no, there's a lot of, like, solid cast. Also, Tan Mix drew this one, for us, I think it was today. He was sad that he couldn't be here because of work, but I promised him that I'd show off this one, too. So, let me get that one. And then there is one last one that I saw earlier. We didn't say anything, but don't worry, I did see it. And this was this Bito or Mizu? Fucking, I didn't write it down. Aw, shit. Bito or Mizu? If you guys are still there, which one of you drew this? I want to make sure I'm crediting the right person. I think it was Bito. Wait, I have to fucking save it first.
Well, he's like schnazzy. Y'all went crazy.
Yeah, so those on screen right now are from Tan Mix, and then this one is... Here. I'm gonna throw this one up here. Oh god, that's big. That's very big. Ice is definitely not psychic. Definitely not. Definitely not. It was Mizu. Okay. Thank you, Mizu. Ice is definitely not psychic. Not at all. Definitely not.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, fucking hell, you guys. Oh, whoops, I didn't... Where'd it go? Shit. Hold on. Where? What? There we go. There we go.
My pecs can see the future, guys.
Oh my fucking god. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us on the Ace Attorney Justice for All journey. We'll do Ace Attorney 3 at some point in the future. We're doing fucking Snatcher on Thursday. And yeah. Oh god. I have been looking forward to doing that one for so long. Alright, are there any last minute things? I know I want to do the fan art, which I did. I think that's it. Ice, do you have anyone for us to raid tonight?
There's someone named Timmy Twister who's doing RoboCop Rogue City. TYMETWYSTER. It's just like on my list. I don't even fucking know them.
Oh. Do you want to raid them? Because I know you've been
Yeah,
I
always want to raid people.
Hold on. Do that one more time, the spelling.
Okay, it's TYME time. TWYSTER. Time Twister.
Twister with a Y.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
If his username was someone in high school, they would definitely have razor blade marks on their wrist.
Jesus Christ, Ice.
What?
I fucking love that name though. Time Twister.
Yeah,
Just rolls
yeah.
off the tongue.
Yeah, with the exception of it has Y's instead of I's, which definitely means there's someone that spells magic with a CK.
Oh my gosh. Wait, so is time spelled with an I or Y?
Y. TYMETWYSTER.
Okay, perfect. There we go. Alright. We'll send you guys on your way. You said they're playing RoboCop?
Yep, Rogue City. Really good game.
Yep, heard it's really fucking good. Anyways, thank you everyone for coming
Yeah.
out again. Fucking love you
Means
guys.
It means a bunch, guys.
Take care, y'all. Have a good
As
one.
always, don't forget, drive safely.